$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. With my Rahim here, it's a covenant, break that 7 seals. The deception is off the page, brothers and sisters. They come at you from every angle. From every angle, every elevated place, as the Quran tells you. Demons, the devils, everyone, relatives, your brothers, everyone. Says your covenant with Hades, death Hades to be annulled. You're deceived in that area. And you're all these, and they come from every angle. Because you're the target and you don't understand it, but you will understand in a minute. The problem is it's going to be in a panic mode. In a panic mode, brothers and sisters, because the Levites did to themselves. At every opportunity to leave out here, right? It says, you would leave out in haste, but you will, because otherwise you could have walked out here, head up, been gone. Of course, you fell under the spell of these demons, these liars, these devils, collaborators. You're going to stay to the last minute, and then you have to flee in terror. I'll talk about that in a minute, brothers and sisters. So I got quite a few things. I think I have time today. I wasn't distracted. So maybe I have time to talk about a couple of other things I want to talk about today. Anyway, this $5,000 is still there. Question that in itself speaks volumes. Why doesn't anyone over there, and they're all aware of it, and those that are listening, you aware of it, and you can be sure they're aware of it because just let them know yourself, and ask them why don't they step up to take this $5,000? Why don't do it? It's a win-win for them. They get $5,000, or if I don't pay up, then I'm openly manifest as a fraud and a liar, and that's the end of this conversation, isn't it? So ask them, why do they step and get this $5,000? It should be easy. Farrakhan claiming he's representing Elijah. He's faithful to Elijah's teachings and Master Muhammad's teachings and the lessons. It should be easy. See, it's been out there for years. So ask them, why don't no one step up? I haven't had a chance, anything, nothing, not a word. I get all kinds of nasty grams and stuff, but not a word on this one.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Well, brothers and sisters, this is an easy call right here. We can prove it. Just like that. Leaving part of the book and discipline the other. And says for them, leaving part of the book and discipline the other. With a grievous chastisement. There's 3 things they don't talk about. They talk about, but, okay, let's talk about number 1. Right? let's go into Malachi. Let's go back. Right, Genesis, very beginning. Okay. Well, see, well, okay. You got to start about Abraham. Abram. Why do they call him Abram? Why the ham part's missing? Because man, we're supposed to be Ham. That's a hint that we're the seed. Their line, false Israel claiming they're the seed, but that's why I call it. Only place in the scripture they call the ham is missing, because we the seed that's lost. Because they tell us that we're Ham. At any rate, in there it talks about the Abraham. I should have showed that. So over here, well, it's in there somewhere, but I'm not going to go looking for it. Abram, right? So his seed will be a stranger in lands not theirs. 40 years, abused and afflicted. So they talk about that. They mention that. Now Abraham wanted to know how is he going to know that this is not a punishment. He don't say it that way because he wants to know how he's going to, because he's told that after that, they'll come out with great substance. That means it's not a punishment, Farrakhan. And he's not going to judge us. He's going to judge the nation that did to us, Farrakhan. See, this is everything shows up. You know, when you see him, I don't care if he's upside down, inside out, flipping, talking, whatever. It's just shit. No matter how you, and no matter what scripture you read on Farrakhan, comes up shit. Let's continue. So it says that, and he says, because remember, he's claiming we're going to be judged. We're sinful. But no, it says they're going to judge the nation that did it to us. And this is Abraham's seed, right? And this is where they was born, so they weren't unrighteous. They weren't sinful. Right? On top of that, it says they get a reward. And the reward is they get the land, they returned it back to the land, which they say is Arabia, between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. Look it up. And so you don't get that for being sinful, wicked, but they don't talk that part. That's the covenant part. It says, I made a covenant with you. So they read the first part. Remember, those being part of the book and this being the other. They've been in that part, they leave out. It's right there. I should have showed it. I know I should have showed it. So, but all you got to do is read it. Go read about so-called Abraham covenant. They don't read that part. They read the other part about the 400 years and everything else when it comes to what we get as a result. We get a reward. So it was a sacrifice that we made, not a chastisement. Number one, they don't recite that, right? That's the covenant. They don't recite the covenant. They don't speak to it. They never mention it. Never mention it. In fact, they go further than that because they said, we're not going anywhere, which means that's a lie. That covenant's a lie. And that God's word, he says, I made a covenant. But he said, we ain't going nowhere. Okay. So anybody that's for real, right there, case closed, full stop. That's the next one. That's covenant, right? Now let's go into Malachi. Because there's a covenant, got to be somebody that's bringing the message about that covenant, right? Because everything was taken away from us. So it mention the measure of the covenant. Wow, it does it. Where does it mention? The same place it mentioned that Elijah would come, he'd be a messenger. And the messenger of covenant would come to his temple and prepare the way. And Elijah would prepare the way before this messenger of covenant. So now you got the covenant that they never mentioned and the messenger of covenant they never mentioned. Why? It's right there. They tell you about Elijah. Right? They don't mention about the one that's cursed with a curse either. That's between Comes right after Elijah. And the messenger, they said the messenger covenant would come right after. He said he would prepare the way before the messenger of the covenant, right? And he would suddenly come to his temple. Keep that in mind. But they never mentioned the messenger of the covenant at all, period. You never heard him say it. But they tell you another lie. Remember, they tell you, we're not going anywhere, so God's a liar, because that's what they're saying. He said we return home. And plus, they saying Elijah's eternally in the nation of Islam. So they saying he's lying about the messenger coming too, because God says he is coming. Don't worry about it. He is coming. They say ain't nobody coming. Elijah's the last one. 2 lies in a row. It's right there. Ask them why they don't mention the messenger coming. Why they saying Elijah is the last eternal leader of the nation of Islam. And now they got to revise that because somehow Farrakhan became the Messiah. But anyway, the messenger covenant is never mentioned ever. Okay, now you got the covenant and the messenger of the covenant. And they're familiar both because they talk about the 400 years, Abram's vision. They talk about Malachi, the messenger covenant, Elijah. But they don't mention that part, right? Those people being part of the book and this being the other. And play it back again for you, brothers and sisters, in case you didn't get it.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Clear enough for me, brothers and sisters. It says those being part of the book and this being the other. Well, right there. Now we got 2 parts. Covenant, where they say we ain't going anywhere to call God a liar. And they don't read that part. The messenger of the covenant. It says right there, coming after Elijah. Oh, nobody's after Elijah. That's a lie right there. God said he's coming. You have to worry. He's going to come. He said, oh, they dismiss him. Okay, what's the final part? Let's look at Exodus. Remember the covenant, Exodus. What's the name? What's the name of the book? Exodus. I mean, Exodus. But we ain't going nowhere. So that name was. They got mixed up with that name. It should be called Exodus, right? Right? It could be sit down or something. Not Exodus. And then in there it says, same story. The God will come. Elijah, except a spokesman who was not anointed because God resisted Elijah even asking for him. Then after will come Joshua, who will fulfill the covenant. Oh, but never mentioned Joshua. Again, 3 parts they never mentioned. The covenant, the messenger of the covenant, and the identity of the messenger of the covenant. Never. It's right there. But they mentioned Exodus. They said, yeah, well, that's God came, Elijah. They stopped right there on there. That shit right there. That's case closed. I mean, any court in the world, in the universe, would say, guilty, charged, turn the juice on, electric chair. That kind of lying is worth death. You lie like that, that's death. Electrocution. Fry your ass. Because that's pretty much what will happen to them, because it says they're going to get the most grievous chastisement. And they're frying your ass as chastisement. They're going to get something worse than that. It says the most grievous chastisement. Because they believe in part of the book and bliss in the other. Come on, brothers and sisters. What's this here? Give me a second, brothers and sisters. Okay, I mean, how can you That's exactly what it says. And that's the Quran. They say, that's what Allah talking. That's the Quran. They say the Quran is involatile. And that's what it says. And I just showed. They believe in part of the book, this and the other. They dismiss the covenant and the message of the covenant. An identity of the message of the covenant. But they all around it. Right there. That should be in discussion right there. Guilty. But let's move on. Remember, they claimed they represent Elijah's and Master Muhammad. And Master Muhammad said the devils, right? They're wicked 100%. Right? They cannot be reformed. Says it's impossible. Said many have tried. It's impossible. Remember, all of them, every one of them said all 100% are wicked. That's what the lesson say. The lesson's available. If anyone wants the lesson, they don't have it, I can send a copy of it. That's what it says. That's Master Muhammad. That's Elijah Muhammad's teachings. They're all devils. Okay, but understand that now. This is what they're teaching over there. And they're telling me if this is consistent with Elijah's teachings.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead.
One more time, brother.
You know, when they go to the devil's court, right? You got the evidence, right? The trial. And they found guilty. You got the sentencing phase. So if that was the sentencing phase, they would waste time. They would just cut their throats right there. In a sense, back chair. They don't say take them over to prison. Just cut the goddamn throat right now. Because they're guilty, totally guilty, and the sentencing man whole. People lie like that. That's totally. I was with Elijah. FYI. Right? From 70 to 75. I told you the path to get there. Anyway, the bottom line is, I was forming my newspaper. Night shift. And that shit they talking about, that's Elijah's teachings? If Elijah was to show up right now, he'll cut their goddamn throat himself. Because it's not even close. The lesson says they're 100% wicked. 100%. So you got to get rid of them because they're snakes. And they bite somebody else, and I'm paraphrasing. 100%. Not some of them. They're all devils. They're not devils. No, they're not devils. We don't call them devils no more. And they're our brothers. Really? And that's why they'll come and claim $5,000. And that shows right there, case closed. So if they're still with him, then you have to say, well, why are they still with him? Well, I don't care. I'm glad they're with him. Right? Because that means we got to sort them out. Right? Because he's doing a good job. He's separating the chaff from the wheat. And chaff, he's drawing all the chaff to him. So I had to go and try to figure, oh, who's the chaff, who's the wheat? Okay. The Benjamins. Okay. That's right. They ripped off. They took and shut the nation Islam down. Liquidated all the assets with the court. Elijah Muhammad left that money in believer's name. These work hard over 40-some years since Elijah Muhammad building all of it. I was one of them. I didn't come in the 70s, but I worked my ass. I did 300 papers a week. And all those self-fish, all the stuff, the security, all of it. I was glad to do it. That's what it benefits us. Staying in the nation's building. The nation had a big complex, many houses in there, apartments. Here. Correspondence with the nation's bank, shop to the nation's stores, so forth, so on, so on. So I didn't mind working hard because so it benefit. I wasn't paying $1 million for it. I had a beautiful apartment right across from that school. I think on 87th Street, I think that's the name of that street. That street, I forgot the name of that school. It's gone now. They got rid of all that. Beautiful. And I didn't pay $1 million for it either. Like I'm trying to make money off people. Look at his last Savior's Day. He didn't ask anybody to come and pay. See, with Elijah, you didn't have to pay to come to Savior's Day meeting. You didn't pay. You see, it was tens of thousands of people there. Every time they go, there'd be total fill. And you saw the auditorium filled, but you didn't see what's outside. We had to have security outside because we didn't have enough room for people to get in. And they had to pay to get in. Farrakhan, you got to pay, what, $20, $30 for a seat to see him? Oh, Armageddon has begun. You know, why must Armageddon, why must there be an Armageddon? Armageddon started, and it's going to spread all over Europe and spread all over the world. Years ago, you seen Armageddon? Y'all look so beautiful today. I'm glad to see y'all. Yeah, you know, bullshit. Well, how anybody buys it, I have no idea. Even if a lot of people's on crack, I said, I know the math of it. Maybe I'll touch on that today. But he's got magnetic attraction, but because he's a demon, but you have to understand the mathematics of it. I may touch on that. But see, that's what happened. Son of perdition would overcome the saints. See, remember, the saints going to inherit the kingdom. So they claim they're the saints, right? So it said, but the saints will overcome by this son of perdition for over 40 years. Well, if that's not Farrakhan, that means you there 40 years of hell coming. Because that's what it says. Look it up. And then they tell you again in Aaron. What did Aaron do? They stopped at Aaron from the time he was with Elijah. Once Elijah was gone, Moses was gone, Aaron was total shit. Shitstorm. Nothing but trouble. Accusing the people and everything else. But they don't talk about that. And torch was passed from Elijah, Moses, to Joshua, went right past Aaron. Aaron died in the wilderness. But that's what, they liquidated everything, took the money, left us with nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then he took off. Man in the sheep. He's a coward. Now he trying to talk tough. You can't talk tough to me. Step to me, Farrakhan. I know you. I know you're a punk. I see you up close and I saw how you conduct yourself. You're a goddamn punk. You're a coward. You ran. When the believers in trouble, you didn't stay behind this fight with the believers. You left and you banned them. Said, fuck them. And took that money and ran. Didn't look back. Remember you said some brother had to come and get you. Why did he come and get you? You said the blood, you said out of your mouth, you said the believers were suffering, some went sick, some went crazy. And you said, because Wallace was bad mouth his father, but you were standing right next to him the whole time. And you was doing it too. So he said, you said the believers were in distress. In distress. You said out your own damn mouth and you were doing a goddamn thing about it. You took the money and ran. You fucking coward. Talk shit to me. Step to me, fool. That's why God burnt your ass up. You say, nothing happens without God's permission. Didn't you say it? Nothing happened without God's permission. Well, if they blew your ass up, that was God's permission, wasn't it? Talk about dumb shit. He said, nothing happens without God's permission. That's what you said, right? Nothing. Then, who blew your ass up then? That means Allah blew your ass up. That's what it said. Curse with a curse of robbing the nation. He comes up shit no matter how you look at it. So those people are still with him, leave him alone. Because they got their head so far up Farrakhan's ass, you don't be proud with them. Because that's no shit wealth on you. Unless you like handling shit. Man, these sick ass people. Okay, I'm going to talk about, like I said, I got some time there, I think. So let me move on. Okay, let me talk about this, brothers and sisters. Now, this is an analogy. Right? It's just a general idea to try to get you to understand. See, because I talked about this to someone, and I don't think people understand this. Because they see the whole world, they got a wrong idea about how things work. See, first of all, they tell you there's a heaven after you die, which is no such thing. Right? Right? Well, I don't want to get too deep here. Because then you say, oh, wait, you told a Hinduist that reincarnation. No. Just leave it there for now. Just leave it. I have presentation to explain it, right? But there's nothing in the grave. Well, I might as well hit it. It says, Abraham said, well, how do you give life after death? Now, Allah Muhammad said, you can't come back from the grave. No one can come back from the grave. That's absolutely right. 100%. There's no question about it. That's not what the Quran is talking about. It's how do you give life after death. It says, take four birds, and teach them. Learn to climb you. In other words, get control of them. If you teach them how to climb you, it means you have control of them. You know all about them. You got the wisdom of them. And then put them all mountains and call them. They come back to you. And see, they didn't understand that 1,500 years ago. What's the four birds? 4 sets of chromosomes that you get, two sets from your mother, 2 sets from your father. That's the 4 birds. They come together. That means now the devils are studying this right now, but we know it. We know it from before. When we return, we have total control of it. They studying it. See, but we have total knowledge of it, and when you understand it, right, you are a mathematical quantity. Your DNA. Your DNA. That's mathematics. That's your real name. Your DNA signature. Right? All of us got unique DNA. That's your real name. That's the name that, if you want to look at that way, knows you by. Your DNA. So here it is. Right? So if your combination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, every time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's you. That's you again. That's why I say you got to learn, understand it. That's why we used to have arranged marriages before. See, they thought it was some stupid shit. No, we didn't force it. But you say, okay, this you got this DNA over here, DNA over here. Okay, you got this part. That's what taking every mountain. That means all your relatives got a piece of you. Your sister got a piece of you. Your mother got a piece of you. Your father got a piece of you. Everybody got a piece of you. That's what it's all. You see? Your cousin got a piece of you. So you bring it back together. That's you again. I ain't saying your brother, my sister, and brother come together. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying your DNA is spread around all over the place. So they take them all around. So once you understand it, you know where it is, I put it back together. It's you again. So, well, yeah, okay. Well, so again, I shouldn't. I never go down this path because I'm getting. Well, I'm going to hit lightly, brothers and sisters. We had to build to tune in before we. See, when you pray now because that's a shadow of what we used to do. Because if you could tune in, you don't need to pray, do you? You got the God's address, or you got whoever you want to pray to the address. You just tune in, like got a phone, you call them. You have no phone, no address, right? Because when you go wrong praying, that ends. The Quran tell you, reciting the Quran's prayer, but that's not all together. But what it's telling you is, once you tune in, right? Once all brains connected, then you got like a universal brain. All the brains are connected, right? Because I know what you know. I mean, I could tune in to your brain. You can tune, right? So if we go access, how powerful that brain be? All connected to it. All connected. All our memories in there, like in the cloud. Because right? Everything you've done, that I've seen you do, I remember. That's part of the cloud here. So once you restore it, upgrade it, that's why it says, "O death, where's thy sting? O grave, where's thy victory?" That means that's not the end of you right there. You come back through the womb again. We come back through the womb, right? You upgrade now, because times keep changing. 10,000 years, like Elijah Muhammad said, 10,000 years from now, people probably 10 feet, 15 feet tall. You want to be still walking around 7 feet tall or 5 feet tall? Upgrade. I shouldn't have got into this. I didn't really want to go, because I could explain it if I'm just focused totally on that. I'm just giving you highlights. And so, but all your memories, everything in the cloud. So you access it now, see? Then you realize you're you again. Because we are immortal beings. Nobody come back from the grave. That's what the Quran means. Because the Quran tells you there's life after. Not from the grave. Take two birds. That's what it says. How do you get life after death? So what does that mean then if it doesn't mean that? Anyway, move on. Well, let me just talk this directly here. You see these arrows here? Okay. As time goes on, remember, it's momentous in the, see, these clowns out there talking that bullshit, they have no idea what this stuff means. They're going to severe chastisement because they're talking, they have no idea what this stuff means. Ask them. It says, momentous in heaven and earth, but coming of a sudden. They have no idea what that means. It says, momentous in the heavens and earth, but coming of a sudden. They have no idea what it means. But it means the universe is contracting, and now you get an energy wave approximately 50 years. We can prove it. I got presentation out there that can prove it absolutely. Every 50 years you get an energy wave. Energize. Because the universe contract, all the energy out there start coming back. The reason why we're in the condition we are right now, because all the energy that used to be here is out there now. So we have very little energy left. But now it's coming back. In the 60s, we was at on what do they call it? On empty, right? Because all the energy was gone. We had no energy to do anything. We lost control of everything. We had no energy. And now energy is returning. So now we started to be revived. Came out of the fields, right? And every 50 years, go back and change it. 20s, 60s, About time for another one, a new one now, another one. Anyway, right. So we've been energized to get more and more energy. Now they've been telling you that, oh, when you die, go to heaven, whatever, right? You're gonna lay around and you'll take care of you. Some people say, well, heaven's just staring at Jesus forever, eternity, whatever. That's not, no. Make our own creative planet. That means we control the heavens, but that takes work to do that. Control the heavens? Make our own cream of planet Earth? God, the universe, think we sit around and scratch our ass and play poker and chess and do that? No. It takes a lot of work. But we have a lot of energy. Tremendous amounts of energy. Because we get more energy every 50 years, energy increases. Because the universe is contracting. But the more contract, we have to keep it under control so it don't just come squash back and come give it quality. If you understand. I'm trying to do this in a general way. But the point I'm trying to make is that we get more energized, right? More energy. So the problem is, you got an equation there between what power is, energy times discipline. It's power. So you got the energy, but it's got to be disciplined. If you can't discipline it, it's out of control, then you're not controlling it. That means if you're not controlling it, then that energy is against you. So I'm showing that first picture on the left here. I'm showing energy right there. I'm showing that it's pointing inward. And the red thing is the person, they got control of it. They got control energy. Because they got control. Discipline, enough discipline to control it. Now, the second one, they got enough, but they control it from an emotional level. Because they're not controlled inwardly here. So on the emotional level, they still got the control. They don't have as much control as the one beginning because he controlled it here. They control it emotionally. Because you control it, right? Makes lots. See, I'm going a little more than I used to have in the past, right? Either way, both of them have control. It gets down to a gender thing too, to some extent, but I'm not going to go through it right now. I'm just trying to show you control. They have control. So energies, but the next one, energy is not in control, but they have control of it. We control, but the control, because they have to be taught to control. That's the devils. They don't have the discipline. They don't have the discipline to control. That's why they have to keep sending prophets, keep telling them, obey the law, obey the law, obey the law. These things will happen to you. Right? So it's hard for them to control it. And they only control on an emotional level. Right? But it's hard, because remember, it's still pointing outward. They're having a hard time, they're struggling to control it. See, the other one, they control emotion, but they got firmly under control because it got energy, right? Point inward, but point outward. And then on the next year, they lost control altogether. No discipline at all. Total control, lost control. Now I'm just giving you a general idea because I want you to understand what sin is. Sin is losing control of your energy. That's what sin is. Losing control. Right there where they say, you're not obeying the law. Why do they connect with the law? See, this stuff is simple when you would think about it. That's what sin is. Now we have natural discipline to control, but we're taught not to use that discipline. We're taught to actually work against it. But we naturally had the power to do it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it to the Holocaust. So there's nothing wrong with us. It's the mind. Because they tell us, oh, don't worry about it. Do your thing. Party. Take drugs. Watch the NBA, NFL. When Elijah came and started telling you, start discipline, look what happened. Things start happening. Start getting control and I start worrying them. So the thing is that as the energy comes in, Remember, every 50 years you'll get more energy. And so you had to apply more discipline to control it. You had the ability to do that. They don't. So right now, as you notice, the devil's losing more and more control ever since we came out of the fields, 1860s. They're losing control. And right now, they can't tell gender anymore. Everything is like, they don't have any natural, and we're not sending any prophet or messenger them anymore to teach them to discipline energy. So now they're losing control of it. That's why they're doing, you see what's going on with Gaza, all this stuff, totally. And they're off to pay it openly. They ain't hiding anymore. They ain't ashamed of it because they can't control the energy anymore. They have no control of it. They don't know how. See, it's too much. Because remember, energy increases, so now energy has increased, and they don't have the ability to hold it. And now they about to get a burst. When this news burst, it's about to hit any day now. Every 50 years, 1860s, 1920s, 1960s, 2020s, right? What you get? Got the blues, the first one. See? So we can prove it. When the blues come out, go check it. 1860s. Jazz, 20s. Because we controlling the atmosphere. Our music is dominating the planet. And that music reflects our emotions. And it's discipline too. Music is discipline. And then rock, 1960s, Motown. And now, I'd have another one. Everyone, we got more power. They'll have less control over us. That's what I'm trying to show here. So sin is loss of discipline. And so we're not sinners by nature. We have enough discipline, right? It's what they're doing when they gave us a mind to not apply discipline. Oh, then hang out, party, get high. Because if you start applying discipline, because so Elijah was doing with discipline, he enforced amongst the people that was with him. You saw what he was able to do. A man didn't have a third grade education. Financial guard, he was called by the governor of Chicago just before he left. He was able to do because the people had discipline, making things happen all over the country. You can't give anybody discipline, don't have it. You can teach them, but it's hard because you can tell them to go against their nature. So that's why I keep sending prophets. As soon as the prophet goes, before a prophet gets over the horizon, they're back to doing their stuff again. That's why they had so-called dark ages. They tell you that's in the future. No, chapter 20 in the Revelation is their past. That's their history. And they took the interpretation. The Catholic Church took toward the interpretation that you didn't have to have any discipline. Forget about the law. And they told you, forget about the law, just believe in Jesus. No, forget about discipline. They tell you, forget about the law. They tell you, forget about discipline. And their power went down. There was loss in Europe for 1,000 years. Their power was lost. Because they said, that was the Catholic Church, just believe in Jesus. You got to confess to the Pope, confess to the monks, or with a priest. And then they broke away from the church, the Protestants. Right? Britain was the first one. And they went back to the Old Testament, to the law. And all of a sudden, the power came back. Now, am I wrong? That's not what happened. Their power came back. And they was able to take control of the planet. That's Adam. The sealed Bible was their guidance. And nobody's been able to do anything stand against them for the last 500 years. But now they ban the law. They've abandoned now. Oh, well, just hang out. Fornication, right? Gay, LGBT. So now they got problems. They're losing power, but they're trying to maintain power. They're trying to hold on to something they can't hold on to. They don't have the power to hold on to it because they won't apply discipline. They don't know how. And so therefore their power is waning. And so they get more angry, trying to hold on their power. And so Armageddon is on the way. Because they're going to fight to try to keep it. They're desperate. The key to keeping it is discipline. See, the Pharaoh can tell like, oh, my people are called by my name. We're not called by God's name. They're talking about false Israel. If they would turn around and obey the law, he said, heal that country. We don't have a country, so it could be talking about us. He keeps talking about us. What country do we have? Talking about them. He'll heal that land. What he's trying to tell you is that lack of discipline has caused near destruction. And and like Master Muhammad said itself, we're not going to go back, because it says right in the lessons, it says, if they came and says, okay, we'll start applying the law, he said, no, science, no, no. Because we don't want them, we see what kind of rule they have. We don't want them, no, we don't want you, we saw how you act with your power. We don't, no. We're not getting more guys on those lines. You're 6,000 years over. See, nobody's going to come to you and tell you. No prophet or mess will come to you and give you guys how to gain power again, how to regain your discipline. Well, we can go back to the Old Testament. We'll go back there. But see, they can't. Because they got a democracy. They have to adopt authoritarian, a king, and tell him, you got to obey the law. No more gay stuff. No more fornication. You couldn't do that in America. They don't. If you understand that, that's the mathematics of it. They don't have natural discipline. They was made weak and wicked. That's exactly what it says. But we do. We have it, but we taught to misuse it, not to apply discipline. Everything about America is telling you, do not apply discipline. Only discipline what you apply is when you work for massa. Be out of that, man. What's that song? One thing we know how to do is work hard and play hard. Work hard and play hard. You understand what's going on with your brothers and sisters. And you buying it. See, the fire kind of, they tell you, no, they're not teaching you discipline over there. They're buying of it. Scientology. See? All you got to do is order and confess. It's because it's modern. Remember, if you look at Scientology, remember what caused, see, this is so simple, brothers. What caused the Europeans to lose power? Remember the Roman Empire, all they was powerful. It was disciplined people, lost power, and before the Dark Age, for 1,000 years, because they dropped discipline. Oh, I just believe in Jesus. You got to fast, you got to do that stuff. Okay? But if you check the Scientology out lately, remember that's Catholicism that was doing it, not Protestant. The Protestants, they said, oh, we're going back to old school. We're going back to obey the law. They call them the Puritans. They burn you, put you in a stake and everything. If you was fornicating that kind of stuff back there, they'd kill you. They burn you at the stake. Right? But Catholic Church, no, man, all you got to do is confess, believe in Jesus. You got to worry about any discipline. That's why he lost power. I'm trying to show you the mathematics of it. So what happened? If you check Scientology lately, it's Catholicism 2.0. It's a big old cross right there. It's Catholicism 2.0. All you got to do is engrams, all this bullshit. Because it's designed to do the same thing that Catholic Church did to them. Make sure you never gain any power. You never show any discipline. There's nothing about discipline in Scientology. It's not there. And that's what Farrakhan's pushing on you because he's part of it. So I hope you understand this, brothers and sisters. So right now they're here, all the way on the right, and they have no control of the energy. No control of it. That's why they're doing anything, hanging out. They have no discipline. America has no discipline anymore. Look at the political. They have no discipline. They're political. They do anything they want to do. This president doing anything he wants to do. He got just killing people. Nobody saying that. They have no discipline. Country has no discipline anymore. And we understand that. That means the country is dying. They're about to be destroyed. There's no discipline in America anymore. And they drag you right into it. And some of you buying it. All the movies and everything else. Children not disciplined. You can't even discipline you can't teach discipline to your children. Or your abuser. They're taking children away from you, try to teach the discipline to a child. Or my mama, she took my cell phone away. They'll come investigate you. Or she spanked me. Oh, child abuse. Little shit like that when I was growing up. You remember that movie with Sopranos or whatever? Right. When he said something to his son, says, so he chastised his son or something. The son said, I'm gonna call 911. He said, well, you gonna something to the effect that you think you're gonna be around when they get here? Whatever. You can't discipline your own, so you can't teach discipline to your children. Because that's abuse. You understand what's happening here? If you discipline times energy equals power, and they teach you be powerless, you can't control your children. Children can't control themselves. You're eyeball out if you're trying to show some kind of discipline. You want to study. You want to, oh man, what's wrong with you, man? You gotta let it hang out. You can't say, oh man, I feel like I'm a girl. I feel like I'm a boy. No discipline at all. They teach you absolutely. It's getting worse all the time. That's plan. They're doing it, and you drag you along with them. That's what Farrakhan is right there to make sure you do not apply discipline, because I just showed you discipline of the Bible itself as referred to him, and they ain't buying that. It's right there. It's obviously Farrakhan is a liar. I showed you a situation right there where three main things that were mentioned. If you had this mental discipline, you say right away, oh, I'm out of here. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Discipline. It says, spare the rod and spoil the child. Discipline them. That's what the Bible tell you. You better not discipline them children and take them children away from you. You'll be in jail for child abuse. Come investigating you. What are you doing? All the child got to do is just say, hey, you've been mean to them. All they got to do is go and say, you've been mean to them. And plus, you can't control the child. Child go there and tell them, hey, man, I think I'm a girl. And they can't even tell you that child said that. And they say, your male child come home wearing a dress. Now he's wearing a dress, but he's surgically modified. And the guy, you can't say a goddamn thing about it. Trying to get you to understand what's going on, brothers and sisters. To keep listening to Farrakhan and all these other clowns out there. They all get you not to see discipline. They claim with Elijah, but they ain't with Elijah Muhammad. This is this. Okay, let's talk about this winter situation. I try to give you every kind. I'm trying to trying to look from every kind of perspective. I'm gonna go this quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna go this quickly, boss. Because where I'm going right now, I'll be in 5 hours. I see. I got a lot of stuff to cover. And when you start doing this, it sounds like, oh man, maybe an hour. And then you start talking. They say, you spend an hour just on the first verse. And I ain't got anywhere near what I want to talk about yet. So, but I got a presentation that explains in detail. But we're in the winter season. I'm trying to get the basic idea. We're in the winter season. If they was creating the winter, they don't know anything about spring. Never heard of spring. Don't know what spring is. No summer. Like a daffodil. It doesn't know anything about winter. It doesn't. It doesn't. It won't survive. It won't survive. It survived spring and summer. And that's it. Fall is dead. So it never witnessed a winter. It don't even know what that thing is. So the thing is that Yaku's people was created in the winter, 6,000. That's why they say 6,000 years. It's probably 6,000 years, but 6,000 years to get the point across. Because 4 times 6,000 is 24,000. And that's approximately how with the earth completes. And that's why you write history for every 24,000 years, approximately 24,000 years. Because there's 4 seasons there, each one 6,000 years. That's what they're trying to tell you there. And we just come to the worst part of all winter season because the energy levels were very low. So we had no energy to maintain ourselves or anything else. Because we're Lamborghini, but they're Volkswagen Beetle, so they didn't require much energy to maintain them. So they had energy to rule, energy to control. That's what Adam was given control. Even though he was weak, making him shed blood, he had enough energy to maintain control. But we had no energy because we had all our energy was used to maintain. Everybody gets the same amount of energy to maintain a Lamborghini, which requires all the energy we had. So we had no energy for anything else. That's the bottom line. That's what. So now, remember, as the energy move out, they get colder. Earth gets colder, colder, colder. That's why you got polar caps. That's why you got deserts. But now the Earth is returning. That's why I call it global warming. Because Earth, but see, that's to them that's bad. Winter people, they don't want no global warming. I'm trying to make this simple for you as possible, brothers and sisters. Global warming is good because now energy coming back. But if we won't like that, would they? They don't want no warming. What the hell is that? That's against them. But it's for us. So all of a sudden, and we said, because we thought it was winter all the time too. Until the mass farmer came and said, no, there's a spring coming. Uh-oh. Here's Elijah. He's going to keep reminding you. Uh-oh. Now we got a vision. Because in the wintertime, we're freezing our ass off. We're the big master. Can you keep it warm? Can you give me a cold, master? You got any food, master? Yeah, he got some shitness for your ass. If you come and work for me, I'll give you some shitness. Bend over. I'm going to do you. Do whatever I want to do with you. If you want these shitness. That's pretty much the idea behind the Holocaust. But now spring is coming. Well, that's our advantage. That's against them. We got to stop global warming. We got to stop the AI thing. Got all this stuff. All this stuff is to our advantage. Because now it's warming up. So in the winter, Farrakhan, remember, just check it. He says himself, his father's the devil. He's a winter person with black skin. He's a winter person with black skin. So let me hit on that right. I'm not going to get the whole thing today. Remember I said, see, remember, with Lamborghini, if everybody gets, like I said, $1,000 a week, right? And of course, $1,000 a week to maintain a Lamborghini, I don't have no money for anything. If I want to keep that Lamborghini, I don't have any money for anything. Of course, $1,000 to maintain it. But if I got a Volkswagen Beetle, it takes $200 to maintain. I got $800, man. I'm around about town. I can do all kinds of stuff. That's exactly why we let Yaku make it, because they didn't need much energy. They could eat pork and all that kind of stuff, and so they could rule during the winter season. You understand? But what's the demons? See, demons, they're not Volkswagen Beetles, and they're not Lamborghinis. They're BMW. See, so it don't take $1,000. It might take $700 to maintain it. They still got $300. They don't have as much as the devils. Devils got $800 every time. It takes $100 to maintain them. It only take $200 to maintain their Volkswagen Beetle, so they got $800 left. It only takes $500. Say it only takes $600 to maintain BMW, right? They got $400 left. So they're more powerful than us. They ain't as powerful as the devils. They're more powerful than us. That's why how the demons took control of us. I might as well go ahead and say it. That's why Farrakhan couldn't do it. That's the magnetic power, because he's a demon, so he has more power. We had no power because all energy Time discipline. We had no energy. All the energy went into that car. We had no, when I say energy, I mean energy, like say disposable income, the money beyond what you need to maintain, cover your bills. What do they call that? But disposable income, whatever. That's that kind of energy. See, we have any. But devils had $800 worth, and demons had like, what, $600 worth? $400 worth? We have zero. So if they come amongst us, they can control us. That's why he was able to do what he did. See? So I figured I'd go by and say it out. I'm not going to get through all this today. That's why. That's what he's able to do. Demons able to get possession of us. But now spring is coming in. And now we'll be more energized. So now we got, before we had, now everybody's getting 1,200 users a day. 1,300. Now we got 300. 1,300. We only need 1,000 for the Lamborghini. We got 300 left. They got more. But now we have, but the other thing we have, see? Remember, discipline times energy equals power. They got more energy, but less discipline. So they may have, say for instance, they got 600 units of energy and 1 unit of discipline. 6 times 1 is 6. What if we got 3 units and 5 units of discipline? 15. Our power's 15. There's only 6. That's why once you have discipline, that's why you're going to, once you get disciplined, you come together, a exceedingly great army, you're going to kick their ass, nothing they can do about it. You walk to the fire and not one hair of your head be harmed. You do exploits. Because you have walked with discipline, less energy, but you got more discipline. And they have a lot of energy with no discipline. They'll be running around eating each other, cannibals and everything else. Total eating their own children. They have no discipline. And you have lots of discipline, low energy. There's a lot of energy, but zero discipline or very low. That's the math of it, brothers and sisters. Now, demons, they got a little more discipline. They don't have as much as we. They got a little more than them. So here we go. Say, for instance, because that's why it says they're going to be, Samson's going to be fighting them, going to take America down. The demons, when they separate, they're going to have, that's the locust army talk about it in Revelations. So again, let's use the math again. So they got, 9 units of energy, right? And 1 unit of discipline. 1 times 9 is 9. Say demons say they only got 6, right? But they got 2 units of discipline. They got low discipline, but it's more than theirs because they got some of us in them. So 2 times 6 is 12. They got more power than the devils. They're going to kick ass. They're going to take down America. That's that damn Samson took down America. So 5 months, they're going to kick ass and be destroyed at the end. See, that's the math. That's the way it works, brothers and sisters. But you, right? So you only got, I said, well, okay, one got 9, and one got 3 times 18, double, 3 times 6, 18, right? And you may have 2 units of energy, right? But you got 10 units of discipline. That's 20. Now you got more. Now if I go and do the math in a more detailed way, you understand what I say? Do double them as you done to you, because your power be double theirs is. I finally said it. Your power be double, because how can you do double to them they done to you unless your power be double theirs? I finally said it. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's why you go double and what done to you. Because your power be great, because you can't restrain power. Right? Power is there. You control it. You can't restrain it. Well, I mean, you can't restrain it. Power is power. You can give it quality. Quality of that power, but it's power. So greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. It's going to overcome it no matter what you do. The quality of it is controlled, but it's still overcome it. The quality depends on the quality you give it, but still overcome it. So your power is overcome theirs. Now the quality you get that power is up to you. But if your power is twice as much as theirs, that means you're crushing them twice as much. If it's equal, then you're back equal to them. But if it's double, they're going to feel twice as much. Your powers be twice as much as theirs in tribulation. Because of discipline that you are giving, you get your mind back. I didn't mean to get into that. I wasn't. Oh boy, see, I'm not gonna finish this day, bro. I'm talking about. I wasn't even meaning. I wasn't going to talk about that until the war breaks back out again and explain that in detail. But there it is. That's why, exactly why you got to double. See, that ain't just. It is just. You're looking in terms of power, isn't it? Your power is twice as theirs. That means you put more pressure on them. Twice as much pressure on them they put on you. Now you get it? So hit winter, okay. Now, we got a drought season because in the winter, remember the energy, the energy, right? You move to a spring, but if you use up all the energy that you got from the last, then now you go to drought period. Right? So you get like on the desert. It rains so much, like I think Serengeti Desert. I'm not sure. I think it rains like once a year, and then all the animals got access to the water and everything else. What they use all that rain up before the next phase, next cycle, right? The next rain. That means now they're gonna have a drought, and they're gonna be dying, like you see them dying, and everything else until the rain comes and everything. Everybody's getting invigorated. So what happened is we use all the energy from the 60s, it's gone. So now we got a short period of drought where there's no energy, and you can see what's all the confusion stuff that's going on. It's a combination of that and the pressure, but I'm not going to get into detail on right now about this on that. But here's the drought, and see, these are all these people right here. All of them, right? They get a little nervous because they ain't think this, right? Because there's something wrong with the winter. Winter's disappearing. Something's happening. See? Because these are all right. These are all winter. Well, aspects of it, most of them, that one right there. So Ishmael. And then evidence of spring starts showing up. Global woman. Now they get angry. They're losing power now because things warming up. Remember, their power is in ice, snow, hail. All that stuff is melting. Their power is melting. In the wintertime, that's where your power is. I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to go into like there's systems. Democracy, capitalism, those are systems for a season. They don't work in spring. In spring, there's food everywhere. Why do you need to work for anybody? So now, getting angry. See, the nation's getting angry. Look what false Israel over there. Look at Trump getting angry because they're losing power and they're trying to maintain their power. They're trying to maintain the winter and they can't. It's getting weaker every day. The power's getting weaker, right? They said what would they say? The power of Satan is every week. I forget how the Quran says it. It's getting weaker and weaker, because their reality is melting. That's the source of their power, their money and all that stuff. That's snow, right? That's there, right? Look, the dollar's losing power. They're losing power on every front because spring is coming in. They don't want you to know that. So everybody's getting angry. Kind of losing it. Because it wasn't put in no spring. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. Ain't going to spring. Winter's going to be forever. What did he say? He said, listen to what he said. Just listen to what I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay here. Because he loves the winter. Because he's a winter person. See? Springs come in. That's the end of them. No trace of them in the spring. But they're going to resist that. No trace of them in the spring. You see spring saying snow in the spring? There's no trace of them. They're going to resist spring coming in. First say, ain't no spring now. They see they can't stop it. And now spring's for you. Then what? Now listen to this.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
You have to translate for you, brothers and sisters. I don't want to leave the winter. I like the winter. I don't want to see no change. I want to stay here in the winter. Because I'm a winter person. Why, if you original person, and you see their hair, why would you want to stay here? Elijah Muhammad said, we'll be fools. Want me to play it for you? His own words. We're fools who want to stay here. But Pharaoh said, I don't want to go nowhere. Why our oppressors 5 years, 40 years, I don't want to see nothing happening to him. I don't want to see nothing happen to my rapists. Oh, please, don't put my rapists in prison. Send them back over here, let them rape me some more. I like it. Why, if he's, or he claims to be Messiah, where's he delivering us from then? He's not going to deliver us from oppressor, because he said he wants to stay with the oppressor. He locked it here with the oppressor. He said it. Why would he lock America if America's so bad and pressing us like he claimed he said he was before? Then why we want to stay here then? Why we want to stay here? Look what they've done to us. Look, our names are gone, our culture is gone, our religion is gone, our land is gone, everything. And we're still in that condition. That means the force that's put in condition still exists. So why do they want to stay here? Because he's one of them. Do I have to translate for you? He just said it. He don't want to see no spring come in. Ain't no such thing as spring. We ain't going nowhere. He ain't going anywhere. Why would you want to stay here? Oppressed us and destroyed us for 400 years. He wants to stay. It says we go out with great substance, return home. No, we ain't going nowhere. He wants to stay because he's one of them. Okay, hostage. Now, briefly, the Quran says, and also the Bible says, and Elijah Muhammad said, the host is a hostage, because Allah says He will not, take down a nation while the righteous are still in there. That's what holding us, because Master Muhammad said He came to get us, And so he can't, why would he come against and destroy us in the process? If he destroyed America, and we're here, we destroyed right along with him. So he can't get at them, can't get at them while we're here. And so therefore, that's why Farrakhan sent in to make sure we stay here. We don't think we ain't going, you want to go back to Africa, do you? I want to stay here. I love it here. We ain't going nowhere. That's his whole message. Read it. We ain't going nowhere. You ain't, what Israel? You tell me, come on, this is our land. We earned it right. This belongs to us. Yet still, a lot of them have plainly told you this whole place is going to be destroyed. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? His whole objective is to keep it here, because as long as you stay here, Master Muhammad cannot get at them. He can plague them to force them to leave us, but he can't get to destroy them. One way he could destroy Egypt was after we left. Then Egypt armies was taken out. You see these clowns here? This is all of them. Of course, that man's so-called son of man. See? Same thing. He's still doing the same thing Farrakhan's doing. Sunniism, American flag, stay here. That's all they're talking about. Staying here. Look here. Reconciliation with the devils. Really? That's not what the lessons say. They got it come every angle. So if you get past Farrakhan, then he's there to catch you. All these little speed bumps. Hope it slow you down enough so you be right. So you can't get out of here. It's a lion dog here. He had no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Son of man. He had no idea. He don't know anything. He didn't break the 7 seals. Said that's one way you should know. He haven't broke any 7 seals. He don't know anybody who has. Elijah Muhammad never claimed to have done it, neither has Master Muhammad. But he's there to distract you. No discipline. They don't teach discipline. Teachers get them money. Why you need money? I never asked for a dime. So if some man come, he come to give you something. Now take from you. Say, well, Elijah Muhammad was told to. Master Muhammad told him, do it. Because they know what to do with their money. Show them what to do with their money. And the money was in the leader's name, not in his name when he departed. And these clowns here. Confused ass kissers. All these people blocking the light, stumping the light, everything keep you from getting information that will get you to discipline. The 5 pillars of discipline you need. Protect yourself to get the hell out of here. Part of the reason why you're going to tribulation because of this bullshit. Ben X. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Nothing. Just run their goddamn mouth. Watch what happens to them. Said the most grievous chastisement. Most grievous. So it means something beyond what you can imagine. And you're going to see it in a few days. And you're going to see a beg on. It says they be weeping and wailing. See, weeping and nailing, wailing, weeping and gnashing of teeth. Oh, they're going to put a bag on. They're going to wear their knees out. Oh, no, anybody hear it. Just call me deaf. In fact, you better shut the fuck up. I cut your tongue out. We going to hear it. Why? Because a lot of people are lost for lack of knowledge. They were lost because they was wicked, lack of knowledge. They didn't get the knowledge they need. Say themselves because these assholes with their bullshit out there confusing people. Our people, righteous people. We'll talk about that in a minute. If I can get to that, maybe I have to end up doing it tomorrow. They out there their bullshit, confusing people. They have no idea what they're talking about, nothing. Run their goddamn mouth. And I can tell you one thing, and I can tell you this absolutely sure. When that war resumes, the Nation of Islam is going to be taken down. Taken down. Farrakhan taken down too. And these clowns here, and them get caught. See, when they attack us, right, they're going to initiate the war. And one of the first casualties will Farrakhan be taken out. Because they're going to, that's another story. What the point I'm getting to is, all these clowns, right? When they do leave this planet, and they will leave it, they'll leave with shit, literal shit in their mouths. I'll tell you that much. They've been passing out shit. Consequence, brothers and sisters. You've been spreading shit, so now you're going to eat the shit you've been spreading. And you're going to do a smile on your face. Because otherwise you don't want to know what's going to happen if you don't. The chastisement is severe. And it says, who's going to be executing this chastisement upon them? He said, the messenger coming, he said, he come with extreme wrath. So Master Muhammad. Because they're liars. And they cause a lot of people to be destroyed. We're going to talk about it in a minute if I get to it. Lying dogs. Have no idea what the hell they're talking about. And then you got these so-called Hebrew Israelites. See? They're worse than Elijah's, than the Levites too. They're worse than ones that broke away and went Farrakhan. Because there's a step lower than that. Well, it depends. Because they still call devils, but they're all confused. So, right? So, you know, but they got all stuff all mixed up. They're worse than, they're almost bad as 10%ers. See? Lou this, Lou that. Potpourri, what the hell we got in there? What's in that pot? I don't know, man. You got hog dogs in there, you got chitlins in there, you got corn, you got, what the hell? Everything is in there. Is it fruit pie? I don't know. We got vegetables in there too. What is a vegetable? No, you got meat in there too. We got every damn thing in there. Damn. I'm a vegetarian. Well, I can eat that, man. I take the meat out. Well, how much meat is in there? Is it going to be any of that? Yeah, and then another group, there's a whole bunch of Israel, so-called Israelites, a whole bunch of them. I realize that's always just one, so bunch of them. They can't agree amongst themselves. And then this clown. I knew him, I just don't remember, because I was he was a truck driver. I was a foreman, Muhammad Speak newspaper, night shift. When the messenger departed, so between 73 and 75, I think I was about a year, 2 years doing it. And I remember him being a truck driver because he used to come and bring trucks in to pick up the papers. Because you know who prints so-called Final Call? Synagogue of Satan. Print our own paper. And I remember him. Right? But I've been pretty sure he's a truck driver. But now, he's alive. But now he's dead. And this clown. Come on. Oh. He's stealing from the Christians. Oh, Gog is going to attack Israel. Gog is Russia. That's Christian bullshit. It's wrong. He had no idea what he's talking about. Oh, boy. Ooh. Watch. We ain't talking about years. We talking about literally days away, brothers and sisters. They're going to put a bag on like you can imagine. Oh, nobody going to hear it. Shut up. Because if you know it's talking about, I shouldn't say anything. So you must be working for the devil. Don't matter. The fact is still the same. He look like a dumb ass. Stupid. And what are they talking about? Confusing the people. Where people lost for lack of knowledge. This clown. He cries all the damn time. I don't know what's going on, but I remember years ago if they changed, I don't know if it changed or not. And I don't tell women what to do. They do it as, we don't tell them. That's no story together. But him, he just wanted the money come in. So women, they can dress like they want to dress. They don't have to cover themselves up. They was wearing short dress and everything else. But he wasn't doing it because he was giving the women, hey man, now y'all free to do it. No. Because he wanted to keep them around, keep that money coming in. His own wife. She one of them, if you see a picture of her. No, this clown here, I think he's dead too. Melchizedek. They don't know, none of them know what they're talking about. That'll say all before me, these are liars. They're confusing our people out there. And I'm not going to have it. See, if somebody come here, they claim that they want to be part of Injil. You part of that, you gotta get the fuck out of here. We ain't about confusing our people. We're trying to uplift our people, inspire our people. Let Farrakhan accuse them and confuse them. We're trying to inspire our people, get them the hell out of here. So if you're doing that, then you with them. I don't care what you intend to be or not. You're still, the effect is the same. You're confusing our people and keeping them from, and blocking the truth from them with your bullshit. And all these clowns. And they want to tell the truth about her name Ava. See? The reason why I hide it because she told everybody, don't take the shot, COVID shot, and she took it and killed her. That's why I want to tell you what happened to her. That's the word I got. And maybe they're lying to me, that's what I got. Okay. This guy here, they tell me, he's LGBT. This clown right here, that's what I'm hearing. I'm not saying it is. That's what I'm hearing. Right? Because Farrakhan, you know, his so-called second main man farce. Talking about his LGBT family. What? They're off the page over there. He's sick. This clown here, he's supposed to be a PhD or something. He gave a whole damn lecture talking about, oh, the reason why we have a problem because we're not getting enough sun. We black folks, we shouldn't get enough sun. I said, oh, well, you're a PhD and that's your analysis, right? Then what's the solution? We should go back to Africa, right? But we ain't going nowhere. How dumb can you be? If that's the case, then the other side of it, well, they get plenty over there. How come they ain't doing so well? They say anything over there. That comes there Sunday. All are wicked. All of us are wicked. We're all wicked, no good. But we're gonna have Farrakhan. He's gonna straighten. Well, did you say all? Doesn't that include Farrakhan? Dumbass stuff. This clown, he's a grandson of Elijah, I guess, whatever. This fool right here, boy, he's a stone cold clown. Stone cold clown, Nuri. He gonna give a lecture one day, says, he gonna talk about evolution. They believe evolution, the devil evolution thing. Well, he gonna give an example. Well, you know, giraffes, they had short necks. And one day, a giraffe says, these guys have me rolling. That's why I'll go there, because I have a damn stroke. Listen to these guys. I don't even listen on Sunday. I don't listen anymore. I record it. I can't sit there and watch them for 2 hours. I just can't do it. Why? I say I'm gonna have a stroke because I get so angry, and sometimes they have me laughing so hard. Right? So I just record it and so I can look at during the week. Look at little times. I can't take the whole thing for 2 hours. Maybe 10, 15 minutes, much I can take because it's brain cancer. So you're gonna say, hey, a giraffe had short neck, and he said he wanted to eat that fruit up top of the tree. So he had such great desire, he passed on to his son. And he passed on to his next son. And after many years, their neck kept getting longer and longer and longer until he finally got, damn, that's some goddamn stupid ass shit. I mean, if they believe in that shit, no wonder they believe in that shit. They think that shit coming out of Farrakhan's ass is honey. That's so dumb. So I guess he starved to death for that shit's so dumb. That's what he said. Tell him I'm lying, Nuri. He had me rolling. So they had some kind of meet somewhere, and he was saying that dumb shit. That's just as bad as other clown. Son, but we ain't going nowhere. Well, that's the solution, ain't it? And he got everything about, well, one drop of black blood make you black. What might make you black don't make you original. You ever heard of biology? You're educated. If your father's devil, so are you. He carries a seed. That's why they give you, the woman takes the last name, they're tracking the seed. Bunch of idiots. Every one of them. Every time they open their mouth, just, whoa. You got to wear a gas mask. Every time they mouth, you get a room, right? You almost suffocate with the smell of shit that comes out. You know, they're idiots. I ain't getting the smell. And they told, you know, they got this other story going around. They've been saying, And it me, man, I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm not going to get to it today. Oh, in 1985, I believe it was. 1985, Farrakhan down in Mexico, what's doing down there, who knows? He had a vision. And Elijah Muhammad told him to go tell the world that America's getting ready to do this thing in the Middle East. And you go tell the world that. Tell them I told you. This is what they said now. Tell the world I told you to do it, right? 85. But he don't do anything. So now, 87, this guy, Wesley Clark, whoever his name is, right? This general, he reveals that they got some plans to do something like that. So now the public, the media makes it public. So it's everybody knows about it now. It's all over the media, right? Remember, 85, Farrakhan said he was told this, follow this. And I got it recorded, I can show recorded. So 87, that's when the Wesley Clark exposed it. 87, right? Now 89, Farrakhan's get a press conference. Oh, they're gonna go. Are you fucking out of your goddamn mind? I mean, y'all believe that dumb shit? How dumb can you be? He told me till 85, why wait 4 years? After the media, everybody knows about it. But yet, sure, you a prophet. And I'm told to tell everybody, why wait 4 years? There's a goddamn shit show over there. I go on and on. And this man, that dude, boy, oh, that boy is, he said, I mean, you can't call him retarded. Because, I mean, that give retarded people a bad name. He's worse than that. That boy is totally certified stupid. I don't even want to repeat stuff he say, because I have a goddamn stroke. If I repeat some dumb shit he say, because it might stick. Ooh. Mm-mm-mm. And that, they'll call them student ministers. Well, he's a teacher, so he's dumb too. A few more days. I'm going to bypass this and go to see if I can get to my main topic here, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'm going to do that. And come back to this. So I see Bomb before, but I'm going to talk. I'm not going to get to all of today. So see what I can down here. Okay, where is it? Here. This one I want to get to. Now, I had a discussion, yesterday, and I was thinking about something because I'm looking at this so-called Million Man March farce thing. I know it's all bullshit. I'm trying to think of a way to kind of explain it in very simple, detailed ways so people can see what's going on, because they use some reverse psychology on you. This stuff they're doing, and it's confusing if you don't understand obviously if you don't understand what's going on. And so, and I was talking, and it came across, there's one story out there that explains detail. It gets to the heart of it. Because see, what they did was very slick. It's not so obvious. That's what it deals with. It's not so obvious. It's hard to can't put a graph together. At least I can't. So I'm going to do this step is true. See, let me give you background here. Then you understand the story. Okay. You turn coal to diamonds are put on intense pressure. So one form of pressure is if you put two things that's contrary to nature, that means one's going to put pressure on the other, because if you put the cats dogs together, they will pressure each other because the cat's going to try to make the dogs act like cats, and dogs try to make the cats act like dogs. If there's a whole lot of dogs, and the cat's going to have to act like dogs, they will get killed. Like we have to act like devils want us to act, or they transformed us to what we are. So adversity is pressure, resistance pressure. So we went on intense adversity, Holocaust, intense adversity, worst ever. That's why Abram had a vision of horror. So that put so much pressure on us that it turned us from coal into diamonds. That's why you cause to make something transform is a positive transformation, a negative transformation, or a destructive transformation. A negative transformation means it goes to a lower structure than it was. Right? Positive transformation goes to a greater structure. A destructive transformation means it just loses all structure altogether, turns to dust. Right? So the devil's there, negative right, of us. Transformation. They're weaker. But Dr. Shabazz made us a stronger transformation by his process to prepare us for go through the Holocaust, which would be even more intense. It caused us to be transformed to diamonds, from angels to gods. So I'm not going to explain that in detail, but I'm just giving you a basic idea. From coal to diamonds. So we're diamonds. Okay? But if you have a diamond, it could be covered by shit. When you find diamonds in the wild, right? They look just like coal. And now I'm not sure what the process they use to find out the diamond. If you hit it, it won't break because you can't break a diamond by hitting it. They're the hardest substance known to man, so to speak. So I'm not sure what they use to find. You can't use fire because fire will burn diamonds like burn coal. It's the same thing. They're carbon. So whatever structure they use, then all of a sudden they clean it up, and now you see, oh, it's a diamond. It's not coal. Right? Okay. So the thing is that we look like coal because the devils, in other words, the demons didn't go. Okay. You got the coal that transfer diamonds, right? Remember, the demons look like coal, but they ain't. So they didn't get transferred. They still look like coal. But they act like, right, swine, because that's what they are, but they look like coal. So we surrounded by them, covered by them, everybody's like coal. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to where this B-man farce was coming through. So let me just cut to the chase here, and I'm really trying to make this clear as possible, bro, since I'm still thinking it through, right? But Elijah Muhammad said, and Master Muhammad said, we're righteous by nature, we're diamonds. But if you find us in the rough, it looks like coal. Right? But we're really diamonds. And the demons, they look like coal too. But they acted like devils. Okay? And so therefore, we surrounded by them. And so, what Farrakhan did, I'm going to give you the short version. Farrakhan did, okay, we out there, he bring all black folks together. Because remember, as long as we here with the devils, we look like coal. We haven't been cleaned up. We're throwing a lake of shit, so we're still covered with shit. Right? Okay? So we still think we coal. Because we look like coal. We see all the coal down around us. We don't see any diamonds. Because that's our nature. So nothing wrong with us. We don't know it. Right? Because we got the devil's mind they gave us, and we see all other coal around us that looks just like us. Now, the other ones, they acting wicked. They act like devils. We don't act like devils. They act like devils. See? Naturally, they have some of us act like devils because we got that mind. But that's not our nature. And when we do act like that, we feel bad about it. They don't have any conscience. A conscience is something that you have when you feel like you're doing something wrong. But if you're a pig, you don't think eating slop is wrong. If you're a fly, you don't even think that shit is wrong. It's natural. So the conscience means if you're doing something, in black, we have a conscience. Because we're doing something that's ain't right. But the demons, they don't have a conscience. Killing, shoot, they do. You said it showing the movies, they like nothing. Because they're devils. Devils have no conscience. I'm getting too complicated here. But the point I'm trying to make is that he go out there and they well, pieces to put together here. The bottom line, I've cut to the chase here. They got to get rid of us. Sell us. I'll get to that maybe tomorrow. But the point is he got so-called man march. Now 90% of the people there went with him. And we're told half the blacks in America are demons. And we don't know how many demons were there, how many originals was there. But it all looked like all black. You don't see any diamonds out there because it's all still covered with shit. Which is cold out there. And so they're telling us, raise your hand. Raise your hand and say, I'm going to stop beating my wife. If you say I'm going to stop, that means you're doing it. I'm going to stop stealing. If you say that, that means you're stealing. He didn't say, I won't steal. I won't kill. He said, I'll stop. You get it? So he's telling you that you're doing these things. We're wicked. That's the whole thing. The accuse of our brethren is cast down. He's saying, he got us telling the world, God's telling the world that we're admitting that we're wicked, evil, sick, degenerate, pimps, hoes, punks, bitches. That's what God's telling us that. And we're not. How does that work against you? Because now all the world say, look, see, they ain't no damn good. And then he mentioned that devils is the one that puts in that condition. He the one devils got us covered with shit. He don't mention that. See, it's our fault that we cover with shit. It's our fault that we got our names changed, that we got this religion, right? That we came over here. It's our fault. Not theirs. They had nothing to do with it. Their hands are clean. We're some wicked, evil people, and God punishing us. So he said, okay, what does that matter? Because they closed in on you. It says they closed in to get rid of you. And so now, by you saying that, see, then we're the white man's burden. It's just like over in so-called Gaza now, they're prepping the world. So if they get rid of us, yeah, we just got rid of the trash. See, they admit they weren't no damn good. See, you don't understand the trap like that. That's part of the trap. But he was a good one, see? I say, like, he's a damn demon. He's setting you up. So he got you because that's where they portray us in the movies, right? Pimps, hoes, niggas. That's where they portray us in the movies. On TV, everything else. So now you're admitting to it. See, spare us. See, man, look how they put the black folks in the movie. That's sad, man. They put them in the movies, make it look bad and everything else. I said, you might have that attitude. Man, that's wrong. They should be doing that to them. But then we got you saying, yeah, I'm that, then it's closed. He's admitting, that movies are right. Because that's what you just said. Those movies are absolutely right because I'm a punk, I'm a pimp. Right? I'm a wife beater, I'm a child abuser. I'm all that. Because if you all that, you deserve what you about to get. Because you just admit that you all that you're a criminal, you're no goddamn good. That's what he was telling you. When you said that, you admit you was no goddamn good. He told the whole world that. So they get rid of you, who's going to give a damn? Because somebody might say, well, man, that's wrong. They should be doing that. Why they portraying black folks like that in the movies. That's wrong. You just told me, no, that's right, because I admit it. I admit I'm a nigger. I admit I'm a child abuser. I admit I'm a wife beater. That's what he had you doing. See? Now, I don't know if I make it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters. They setting you up. And why would he do that? That's not the lessons. That's not Master Thomas teachings. So let's go into this and then I'm going to close, brothers and sisters, and get the rest tomorrow. See here, watch this. This is Mark. Mark explains it in details. I'm going to try to best I can to try to get you to see. The book of Mark, right, is addressed this problem in detail. You need Angel Key to understand it, but I'm trying to see if I can get you to understand without using that. Look here. Righteous by nature. What happened? Okay, bosses. Here we go. Let's test this here. Hold on. Yep. Where's the right? Okay. Okay. I don't know what happened there, bosses, but just give me a second. I know I tested this. Oh boy. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I got Alzheimer's. Went out my way to make sure it's absolutely right. Uh-oh. Oh. We mess up again. Oh, come on. Oh, give me a second, boss. It's this. Oh. 1 second, boss. I met him to man when they was on the yeah. What the hell? What's this? It's gonna take a minute, boss. Since something happened, I don't know what happened here. What the hell? It met him out of the storm, man. Yeah, running by the storm, the man. Yeah, walking down. And pieces. What the hell's going on? just got totally changed. I don't know what happened here. Okay, it's going to take me a minute to fix this. Right? Okay, that one. He's good. That one's okay. And this one here. All right. Oh. That's the one that's missing. What happened to it? Wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. A minute. Where is it? You go right here. Okay, I found the problem. Once, 2 more seconds, brothers and sisters. Okay, here. Well, let me just fix this too right while I'm doing it. Might as well. Okay. It's done. Okay, that one, and it was, and this one. Okay. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, got it. Okay, brothers and sisters. I fixed it. I don't know how it happened. Hope there's no more surprises. Oh, boy. Okay. Here we go. We're going to talk about the book of Mark. Now, I'm breaking these verses down so you understand what they're saying. Right? Now, it's a little out of order to make you understand what's going on. So just pay close attention here. Okay. Out of here, okay. Well, when he saw Joshua, they say Jesus, but say Joshua, afar off, he ran and worshipped him. Now, in the next phrase, you're going to see the man was out of his mind. He was possessed. So how did he see Joshua? How did he recognize him? Because it's telling he recognized based on his nature. So he was a righteous nature, because Joshua or Jesus is righteous. So it was his nature that made the connection. So he's a righteous man. Wasn't nothing wrong with him. It's nature. But his mind was gone, right? And he was possessed. We're going to say it in a minute. See, understand there's three things here, because he didn't run because being possessed told him to do it. Possessed was restrained, you're going to say it in a minute. He didn't do it because of his mind, because he didn't have a mind. So the only thing was left, the only thing he could make connection with was his nature. So then it had so the way they're trying to tell you, he had the nature of Jesus. He was diamond too. Same nature. He just didn't have his right mind. He was possessed by demons. See, he was diamond, but he was in a lake of shit. Right? So a diamond came along to get him. He just pulled him out and washed him off. Thing. But it says, we do not know what he would be like, but we'd be like him. So we're the same. Let's move on. Understand that? So that's why it says he ran out and worshipped him. It wasn't his mind that did it. And it wasn't the demons that, because they was against it. You said in a minute. Okay, let's go to the next one. See, it's the same man, right? Possessed by demons, devil mind control. Here it is. They came over to the other side of the sea into the country of the Gadarenes, and when he was come out of the ship immediately, there met him out of the tomb a man with an unclean spirit. So the man had an unclean spirit, the same one who had his dwellings among the tombs, and no man could bind him. That means he had been a slave, not with chains, because he had always been bound with fetters and chains. That's us. We were in chains, we're not in chains now. Right? But nobody controlled him. That means he had power to control it, so he doesn't have the discipline to do it. That's when nobody controlled him. See, no man could bind him, right? Not with chains, because he had always been bound with chains, and the chains been plucked asunder by him, and fetters broken in pieces. Neither could any man tame him. He was out of, no one could control him, right? I mean, he had the power to. He had right then. He had enough energy to control himself, but he just had his mind. So he was using against himself. You understand? He was against himself. We said in a minute. So he had enough energy to be free. He just didn't have the mind to be free. You understand? Plus, somebody was possessing his energy. He had enough. Someone was possessing it because he was demon possessed and he had a devil mind. So he was beating himself up, and plus he was hollering and screaming because he had no control, because someone had control over him. Even though he had the energy to do it, he didn't have control of it. Move on. And always night and day he was mounting in the tombs, crying and cutting himself with stones. Beating himself up. That means the only way you beat yourself up is you got a mind that's against yourself. Enemy mind. That's the only way you be hurting yourself. So the mind he had was the mind of the devils, was contrary to us. That's the mind we got. That's why we hurt each other, beating each other up. But remember, but he's pure in heart. What it says, only the pure in heart will see God. It tells you that, right? So he was pure in heart. So only the pure in God. So he saw God because he was pure in heart. Just like him, his nature. So he said, only the pure in heart will see him. He didn't see him with his mind. He said his mind. He says his heart, his nature. That's why he said only pure in heart will see him. So he was pure in heart. Because he said when he saw him, look at it again, make sure. Understand this. When he saw him. So he's a pure in heart. Nothing wrong with him, it's just the mind and the possession. Okay, so here it is right here. So he says what? Tools with a man unclean spirit. We find unclean spirits are in a minute, right? Okay. Now, Farrakhan. Louis, his name is Louis. He says, or he won't argue with the ground. Says, we know for a fact his mother, that's his mother's maiden name. Louis Eugene, that's what he says his name is. He calls himself Walcott. Walcott was his stepfather. Louis Eugene Grounds turned NOI backwards. That's Farrakhan. He's a demon. His father's a devil. We got proof that his father's a devil. Proof. You can just Google it. Google Percival Clark. And Clark was a loud voice that said, "What have I to do with thee, Jesus, son of a moose?" So in other words, Farrakhan knew he was. Remember, he knew who Son of Man was. He knew who Solomon was. He knew the message of the covenant. He knew. He says he know. What have I to do with thee, Jesus, son of the Most High God? I adjure thee by God that thou torment me not. Remember, it says, who the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth. He's been tormented, right? Because he said, what was the nature of his torment? Well, he said to him, come out of the man, the unclean spirit. He asked him, right? Because he was preaching. He was trying to separate the demons, demon from the saints, or the chaff from the wheat. I adjure thee, torment me not. For he said unto him, come out of the man, the unclean spirit. Right? Because he had possessed, he was trying to get the man break the possession. That's what his torment. Because he had control of the saints. That's Farrakhan. He's breaking his control. He asked him, what is thy name? He answered, my name is Legion, for we're many. He says, a bunch of us, a lot of us. And he says, don't make me leave the country. And with Farrakhan said, I'm going to leave here. Don't make me leave out of the country. See, he's the man, right? The man possessed by demons. Chief demons, Farrakhan, Louis Eugene Ground, I. Right? He don't want to leave the country. Remember that a few minutes ago? I don't want to leave here. And he knew who Joshua, or what you call Jesus, was, the messenger of the covenant. He knew. Some addition cast down. So that one. Now it was nigh to the mountain, a great herd of swine feeding, and all the devils sought him, saying, send us into the swine. In other words, right? Send into the swine. And forever Jesus gave them leave, and unclean spirit went out and entered the swine and heard, right? Because he wanted to be with the swine, he wanted to be with the devils. I want to leave the country, I want to stay with the devils. They're our brothers. See, that's the story. They had control of our people. Farrakhan had control of our people. Pure in heart. Right? But we had to control our mind, and he had possession of us. Let's move on. But see, when the messenger of the covenant showed up, he caused separation. And they want to stay here. Oh, see? He's in submission. That's right. Who the Lord will consume the spirit of the mouth, destroy the power of his. So in other words, he was talking tough to begin with. But now he's on his knees begging. Don't make me leave the country. I want to stay with the devils. Tribulation and resurrection. And they that fed the swine left the city and the country, and they went out to see what was done, and came Jesus or Joshua see that was blessed, whom that was blessed with the devil. This is a bad translation, should be demons, and had the legion. Farrakhan setting his clothes in his right mind now. He got his right mind now. Master Cuff gave his right mind. And they were afraid. And they saw it told them how it felt them that he was possessed with devil. This should be demon. I pulled a bad translation, brothers and sisters. The regular translation said demons. Right? And also concerning the swine. And they began to pray him to depart out of their right? That's the devil's, right? Get the hell out of there. And when we come to the ship, he had possessed with the devil, prayed him, and he be with him. Yeah, something happened because I did have the translation said demons. I don't know how they got changed, but something happened. But let me check something real quick. This is strange. Because first it was changed, and then all of a sudden now it's saying devils. Hold on for a minute. I'm going to close after this anyway, but I want to see something here. Okay. What does this one say? Yeah, there it is right there. Well, how did it get? Wow. I don't know how they got changed, brothers and sisters. Let me just change this real quick. This is. Oh, I tell you. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then we'll close. I'm not going to finish this. Yep. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, how did it happen? I don't want to say anything, bro, just because it sounds like I'm dropping out. I don't know how that translation got in there because that's not the translation I copied. I'm looking at the translation I copied right now. And it's there, like I had it. So I don't know how that one got in there. What am I doing here? Okay. I'm gonna close after this, brothers and sisters. Sure, I'm not crazy here. Unbelievable. I hate to even say because it sounds like, hey, man, I'm making stuff up, but this is what it was. I'm looking at the translation where I actually copied from. And when I actually copied is right there. So how I just get in, I have no idea. I can show it to you, but okay. One more time here. Let's go through. Okay, hold on. See. Okay. See what happens again. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm having a little. Give me a sec. But the thing I'm trying to point out, if Mark explains it clearly, so that if you understand what Farrakhan did. See, he's trying to you indict yourself. Say you are wicked. We're wicked. We're not. We're righteous people, as Master Robert said, as Elijah said. He's getting you, telling the whole world that you like the demons are, and you're not. And Mark explains it very. What's going on here? Okay, now my sister's hung up. Yep, somebody's messing with me. Somebody's messing with me here, brothers and sisters. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. See, right? Same nature. So nothing wrong with them. Farrakhan had you saying, I'm going to stop. And see what has said. I got it right this time. Okay, it refers to unclean spirit here. That's Legion of Farrakhan. Here you go, right? See? Now a large herd of swine was feeding there in the mountain, so all the demons begged him, saying, send us to the swine. See? So I don't know where that came from, but it should be demons, not devils. And then if you go next page here, again, demons again. And says he got his right mind back, and he had been possessed. Had been demon possessed. So I don't know what happened there, brother. Says, but anyway, I'm gonna leave it there. So the point I'm making here is that that's so-called man farce. It was designed. Farrakhan's work with them. He wants to. I show you all kinds of proof. They don't talk about Messenger covenant. They don't talk about the covenant itself. They don't talk about Joshua. Never. There's things connected. Why? Right? Aaron's the last one, but that's not what it says. The Messenger covenant will come after Elijah. Joshua will come after Elijah. They bypass Aaron because it was no damn good. Right? Then when you go to Mark here, it tells you we're nothing wrong with us. He said we're sinful. It just said no. Who was the problem? The demons and the devils. They were the problems. Devils has the devil mind, and demons has possessed. Nothing wrong with us. And so he came and gave us our right mind and got rid of the devils, the demons. The demons want to stay here. But Farrakhan said, I don't want to go anywhere. Mark makes it clear. So that man's farce was getting you to indict yourself, say, yeah, see, we're wicked. So when they come after you, people say, had no pity for you. Say, yeah, them niggas ain't no good. They admit they're niggas. He got us admitting that we're niggas. That's what he did to the whole world. And you thought, oh, and the point is, think about it. Ask yourself a question. Did things get better after that? Because he didn't get more followers. 99% of people there wasn't with him. They went back to Jesus, so to speak. They were just there with Farrakhan. And did things get better? Did things get better in the hood? The gang started getting better? No, everything got worse. Because now you're telling everybody that they're wicked and everything else. They look around. Oh, I'm not doing it. How about him? So now you don't trust anybody. Because now you say everybody's admitting they're wicked, evil. So now you got no trust And now you got lambs, wolves running around in lambs' clothing. Because he don't tell you that. He don't tell you that we're all the same, right? So if you got wolves running around in lamb's clothing, right? And you look for the lamb, the wolves gonna be attacking the lambs, but you ain't gonna know why. Why is that lamb attacking the wolves? No, why is that lamb attacking the lambs? Why is he doing that? What's wrong with that lamb? So now all of a sudden, all the lambs are scared of each other. They're divided. They don't trust each other because they don't know what's something wrong with some of these lambs here. You see what I'm saying? Something wrong. But now if you tell them that no, you got lambs out there that are really wolves, then they'll start banding together to figure out so they can sort out the wolves. And they'll unite. The lambs unite because they're trying to figure out who's the lambs, and they unite against the wolves. But that's not what he told you. What he told you, we indicted ourselves, and now we have more odds ourselves than ever before, because now we're all wicked, we ain't no damn good, can't trust, none of us trust each other, we're more divided than ever, and now we bear witness that we're wicked and evil. We're not. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I don't know if you understand or not, but like I said, I was kicking around a few days, and some stuff came last night. I said, oh, that might, it does explain it. But now when I'm translated, well, you can understand that's no story together. See? The point I'm trying to show you who he is and what they're doing, they're setting you up. Because before they can get rid of you, they have to they got to put you, make you nothing. So people won't know, like, you name somebody a terrorist, and nobody can feel bad about killing them because they're terrorists. So if you admit that you're no good, you're wicked, you're a nigger, and no else, then when they get rid of you, nobody who's gonna say anything. They don't see no diamonds or so it's cold. So you put coal in the fire, anybody, but they would have a problem. So you put diamonds in the fire. Hey man, what you put them diamonds in the fire for? You crazy? We say put coal in the fire, they just getting everything warm. Because we all look like coal. So when they put in the fire, nobody's gonna realize they burned up diamonds too. Leave it there, bro. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Let me say this. See here. If you gotta stand Daniel for this, I'm just going to speak to it. You gotta stand Daniel for this. And Daniel talks about a tree. Now, with a tree, see, birth of a nation, so yeah, I'm going to speak to this, and I'm going to go more into it tomorrow. But we're a tree, it said this was tree. If you read the whole thing, there was this tree that ruled the whole planet, maker, owner, creator, planet, God, universe. That was us. Europeans never had that kind of power. Right? Everything. Everybody was under our submission, everything. In control. They wouldn't have control of everything. They're fighting, trying to get control of everything. They've been ruling, but they haven't controlled everything. Right? But then it was cut down and says, watch it. The Holy One came down from heaven. Now, you understand Daniel, heaven represents the Middle East. So this one came down, Holy One represents the Arabs. See, you got to understand Angel Key for this stuff. Otherwise, you would get past that. So this is an Arab that comes down from heaven, from the Middle East, that cuts the tree out, cuts us down. They are half brothers. They're Ishmael, and we're Isaac, not those false fake Israel over there. And they didn't want to cut us down. That's the whole story when they sold us into slavery. Just Joseph's brother sold us into and had us destroyed. Broke our power. Gog and Magog. See? That's what it's saying, if you understand this. They did it to us. They sold us. That's what's it. How did Joseph get his brothers sold him into bondage? And it was broken into bondage. See? See? I saw a vision. Oh, a watcher, a holy one came down from heaven. See? That's talking about an Arab from the Middle East, the Arabs in general. They're the ones that sold us, betrayed us, took our land, our language, our culture, everything. They said it belongs to them. When God says, no, I'm giving it to Isaac, not you. Okay? And then it says there was a band. Now you understand, I'm going to show you in a minute. The statue, you understand, it said a band of iron and brass. Well, I didn't do the whole thing. brass and iron was put around the tree to bind the tree. See, it was bound when it cast into the heart, because it was bound by brass, a band of brass and iron. What does that mean? You go back to the statue and Daniel, you understand what that means. Okay? Iron and brass. Then iron and brass. Okay? It was bound. So here's the tree, here's the brass and iron. See? It was cut down, it wasn't cut down to a stump. Everything was taken away from it. And only a stump remained, and that stump was under control, bound by brass and iron. Who is the brass and iron? Understand the statue here. Okay, the statue was gold, silver, brass, and iron. Why? Why in that combination? Right? Here's the gold, that's the most precious. Silver's next, right? Then brass. But brass is like a fool's gold. It's the image of gold. And iron is the image of silver. That's why I talk about Nebuchadnezzar had an image, because he was, right, because this is what he had. He didn't have image of gold. See, you got it all wrong. It's the image of gold is somebody pretend to be gold. Who is that? False Israel pretend to be us. And iron, that's the devils. So we'd bound, we'd be in service, sold in bondage, and bound by false Israel and the devils. Gog and Magog. So they can't say, hey, we had to do it. It tells you right there. Both of them. Because one of them, first of all, false Israel, Ishmael stole our land, right? Stole our land, our religion, right? And our land, our religion, our names. I'm getting it wrong. They saw our land, our religion, leave it different right now. Right? They took our land, our religion. Right? Okay. The falsers took our name. Okay? They got our name. They claim they're us. Okay? So Israel, they got our name, our religion, our land. Took it all. Or a language. That's what I forget. That's what it's saying. Understand? Understand the statue. Okay? Now, you understand this. And I heard a man clothed in linen, which upon the waters of river. Well, let me go to the next slide. It shows a little larger here, right here. And I heard that man clothed in linen upon the waters of the river, which he right hand, his left hand in heaven swore, that time, and shall be. That's when the end will come, when he shall accomplish the scattering of the power of holy people. Remember, our power was broken by Gog and Magog, their souls in. Now it says the end will come when their power is broken. That's going on here right now. When Ishmael, the Sunni Arabs, when their power is broken, they didn't want souls in this. Our power is broken. Now that's consequence. Now their power is about to be broken. So that's what happened when their power is broken. We're going to take our land back, our religion, our name, everything. Now that, false Israel, abomination, desolation, see, abomination, desolation, and place not, that's them, they not should be there. It says, their destruction be nigh, so that's what happened. Everything they took from us, we take it back, so their power be broken, and going to destroy false Israel. Take back everything, take back our name, our religion, our home. You understand? That's what it's saying, brothers and sisters. Right here, it's going. And from that time, their sacrifice should be taken away during that time. And the abomination that makes desolation set up, that's what's going on, been going on 2 years there. Look up abomination. It's where the abomination says, the uprising was put down with cruel, what's the word they use? Cruel, I forgot the word they use. That's what's going on. They don't want to call it abomination of desolation. That's what's going on right there. So they'll be saying the same time. That's what's going on right now. They're about to be Sunni war there, Shia, Sunni Shia, and forces about to be destroyed. See? Set up, about to be destroyed. At the same time. But they're the abomination of desolation. Extreme cruelty, I think, said the uprisers put down with extreme cruelty. I think that's what they say, right? It's about to happen. This false sign they put up to keep us divided, people out of division perish. And if I'm going to do this, that's going to bring us together. I'm vision that's going to cause us to unite. See the great army. That's where we were. They transform us to this. They didn't transform our nature though. And they should be born today. They watched us. America's pregnant with us. America's pregnant with us. They stand there. He's trying to stop it, trying to abort it. They're ready to kill us as soon as we're born. As soon as they're going to attack us if we're born. That's what it says. Race war, economical war, right? And religious war. If we're born, we return back home. And right now, the division has to come because we're all in together. The demons mix up with us, so both our powers have been neutralized. We're mixing with each other. And so man has to do separate them. Now you got this, see the great army, as I said, we're fighting our way out of here. This demon army is going to fight the way to take America. And this could be the devil's army, all scattered without discipline. This would be discipline, this would be greatly disciplined. This would be more disciplined than this. So even though it's more or less, it's going to defeat this. It's going to take America and then be destroyed in the end. It's going to be sure when this happens. This is the goat. Read Daniel closely. It says this goat travel, came from the west, feet not touching land. It means it came over the ocean. Only way it's possible, right? It has to be the Pacific Ocean. And the country that's the goat that represents the goat has to be, since the feet not touching land, has at the coastline has to be on the Pacific Ocean. That's China and India. That says a leopard, the goat is a leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads, right? The leopard is yellow with brown spots, right? And these have 4 heads and 4, because they're the most populous nation on the planet. And they're going to come after the ram, too. Remember, Gog and Magog. Where did Gog and Magog come from? It came from the east, Southern America. And they got a coastline along the Pacific Ocean, too. That's why they both come together. We feet out touching land. And the ram is very angry. China's getting very angry with America, and so is India, right? And so they're going to attack them. And when they hit, right, attack at the same time that demons are going to take control of America, at the same time that the NOI and the tribulation reach the West Coast simultaneously. So the deal was made. I'm going to go in detail. Red Sea opened up and they let our people through. And they close in on the Pharaoh's armies, close on the ram and destroy them. That's the story, brothers. So I hope I make it clear to you. I'll leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Clearly, we have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know. But these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing. Your society is one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multicultural multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today, they took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here when the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put up on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that done Hawkins for our best skill. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers, since it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America and reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And, we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they have big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. But why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, Master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Have schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come you know? Right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. crop failure. And now they Master, what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Yeah, so they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, okay, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What would you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you call it for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So now, if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to, except them replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the Master, hey, don't call on me. was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here, right? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See, I mean, that's what, you know, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's whole economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth, $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You got to control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away. It's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. You can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer. Build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they closed the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, Master. I'll come back work for you. I'll work for Popeyes. I'll do anything you want. No, we remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving. You ain't got no, your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and those whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? and go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million. You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they've succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. Okay. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here with they, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call them. They call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked, Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the pastor said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did, don't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him, said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea, he was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, told you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man, came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we not send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if we can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's ready to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.